There we go. Hello. Fun stream. Not sure how long this stream's gonna be. I'm gonna be working on the mod at first. I want to leave some time to do some writing as well. I'm writing a book, so I'll be working on that a little bit. I just got all my chores done for my day off. I got this like little fucking chipmunk that keeps raiding my strawberries. little damn chipmunk. All right, let's do this. Right now, I am creating config options for the amount of durability that gets applied when you use one of the magical repair kits. Yes. So yeah. I gotta create a bunch of stuff here, but we'll start with that. Someone had mentioned nothing I'll try from the ritual of rust. Maybe it works with the Rift Weaver. All right. So let's hop in the game and let's test. Let's test to see if we can harvest the large crystals through transmutation. Let me in. All right, so let's get rift anchors for the rust crystals. I'm just going to grab a stack of those. Let's get the admin tool to spawn a rift, and there's tier 1, 2, and 3 wand. So I guess the first thing we can check. Hey, look at that, coming in with a prime sub. Thank you, Aqua Monster, for the prime. I appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. We're gonna spawn a bunch of rifts on top of each other. Look at that, it's beautiful. It's always like so dark. There. I may have just killed the rifts that I just spawned. Boop, boop, boop. Come on. There we go. Look at that. Wow, look at all that. Okay, let's see if I can harvest this. Interesting. So it seems like so it transmuted that, right? It turned that into an inert version. But it is not. So something changed with transmutation. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna pull up GitHub. Go into the history. All right, this was spell base. I'm looking for anything that changed spell base. It's obelisk work. Okay, so that was with the branching leaves. Triggering a block break there, right? Chance to drop seeds. That's the Rift Weaver charge. So I didn't change anything there. I'm wondering why it's having issues. Let's check it out. So let's go to Trigger Transmutation Pulse. This is going to be basic interactions. This is the Fern Block. This is to try to reset growing Rift Blooms if they stall out. This is triggering Rift Bloom Harvest based on transmutation potency. Let's get the other Rift Anchor. Get the one for the Rift Blooms. There we go. Let's make sure. Okay, that's what it should be doing, right? Unless it's successful. Should be doing the same thing here, but it is not. So that's fine. Let's move past that, Thaumic Foundry. Right, that's the Mana Vault. It's turning things inert. That's turning on torches. This is, Oh, okay, relighting the inert mana torches. Yeah, excludes mana lanterns. I read that as includes. I freaked myself out there. That's the simple fire pit construction. This is the new logic for the leaves. This adds the sparkle effect to elemental crystals. Oh. So when you do that, it's trying to add sparkles. Which, you can see the sparkles. There you go. Fixed. Boom, baby. Look at all that. All that loot. Oh, that's what it was. Fixed it. It was the sparkle logic I put in for crystals. Oops. Oh man, that's great. That's great. Look at all this loot. Okay. Alright. Alright. Well, that's gonna be important. I need to push out an update for sure. Yeah, and that's the rest of transmutation through my basic interactions. Alright, let's save Fireball. So I got some work to do here. I wanna add the config options for repairing armor and equipment. So I guess let's work on that. So I decided I'm going to branch this out into different things here. There's going to be tiers 1, 2, and 3 grimoires will all be independent. Apprentice Mage and Archmage gear are going to be all independent, and then tiers 1, 2, and 3 of the arm pieces, the neck pieces, and the waist pieces of equipment, you'll be able to dynamically kind of pick and choose. And then I'm going to have like an undefined amount, right? So it's going to be everything else. You know, we'll have whatever that durability number is. So I will show everyone how I do my configs. So I start off with creating a constant variable here within my references where I put all of my constants in one place. In the configs, now I'm going to have to actually add this stuff in. And I started to do that here. Just like that. I'm going to put a divider in right there. So this is going to be Grimoires tier 1, 2, and 3. The default is going to be... Let me take a look here because I have them all set as static. So tier 1 is 16. Tier 2 is 8 and then 4. So this would be 8. And this would be 4. You would have to have a minimum value. The maximum, I guess I don't really care. For the durability, make it whatever number you want. It's just you can make it 9999999. It's just going to repair it to whatever the maximum is. Let's go back into here, right? So this was 16. This is 8. That is 4, not 3. There we go. So those are going to be the defaults that gets generated. And I am going to copy this and paste it in. We're going to do a search and replace. Anywhere it says Grimoire Tier 1, make it say Apprentice Armor. Anywhere it says Tier 2, make it say Magician's Armor. There we go. And anywhere it says Tier 3, make it Archmage Armor. And I will, I'll have to change this, right? Because it's not Tier 1 Grimoire. It is going to be Apprentice Armor, Magician's Armor, and Archmage Armor. There we go. Kind of clean it up a little bit, right? So this should cover all the equipment. This is all 50 as it sits right now, so we'll just mark it at 50. And we are going to copy, actually, we're going to copy this again and paste it in. Bam! All right, so I need to reformat this. What are my references here? So I'm doing Armor Arm Tier 1. So technically, if I replace everything here that says Grimoire within my selection to Armor Arm, that should cover all that. All right, and then this would be on Tier 1 Armor. There we go. Kind of make it word, you know, read a little better. Amount of durability added when using a magical repair kit on Tier 1 armor. I think that's good. I probably should put this in as well. Stick with the formatting. I gotta keep an eye on my phone as I do this. I have an order coming in. I'm grilling burgers tonight. Grilling some burgers. All of this was 50. Right, magical repair kit on tier 1. That's going to be tier 2. This would be tier 3. Armor. Okay, there it all is. Now we're going to copy this, paste it in. We're going to do a search and replace. So for all of this, if it says arm, have it say neck. And then all of this, if it's lowercase arm, it's going to be lowercase neck. Oh, I couldn't do arm because it screwed it up. Hold on, undo. So let me... Oh, I can't do it because look, it's messing everything up. All right. So I'll manually do it. It's fine. I could just paste it in. There's the neck. There's neck. And that and that. There we go. All right, so now I'm gonna copy this, paste, select it all. If it says neck, replace it with waist. Check. Neck. Okay, now let's copy that, paste it in, select it all right now. There we go. Replace that. Let's do that and replace it with that. That's what I would expect to see. All right, what else do we have, right? I think after that, it's just this undefined one. So just copy this, paste. Copy. Paste. Paste. And paste. Amount of durability added when using a 2... undefined items. There we go. Which basically means like everything else. Let's shut down the game because it's going to be really upset creating variables, especially public constant variables. It's going to be really upset with that. All right. I'm going to save all that. Now, what we need to do is add all of these config options. We have to add them to the network packets that the server sends the clients when they join. We also have to put these variables in now. So in this, right, instead of just repair cost 4, this would be rustbound magic dot config dot we could type in durability, furability, Jesus Christ, there we go, durability. Right, and that's going to be the tier 3. And just for archive purposes, I'm actually just going to comment out the number, so I know what the original value was. That was 8. That is tier 2. This would be tier 1, that's 16. And then I will also... So you guys can kind of see, I do have plans to make tier 4 spells. They're gonna be very, very powerful, cheaty kind of spells. Like world magic shaking kind of spells. But I have nothing yet. So I could just set that as undefined. That also means I can remove that from there. Okay, so that's the grimoire. In here, this is going to be a little different. I'm going to need an if statement. And I'll say if this.code.path does not equal null, right? Like, it's gotta be something valid. And I'm gonna break this up a little further, right? Because I'll do code first. Because 1.22, for whatever reason, has a problem with some collectible objects. Collectible object, there it is. It could come up null on item stacks. I don't know why. Scares me a bit, but I got to account for that. This dot code. Oh, actually, this would be an asset location. There we go. So I'm going to create the variable there, right? And now I'm going to say, this is going to be code path, and then we're going to create a string variable here of path is going to equal code.path. And now I can start divvying stuff out, right? I can say path contains, and I could start putting in things like, maybe we'll start with the armor, main armor, right? So body, head, legs. So I register it as tier stuff. So it's gonna have to be armor head, right? Let's start with the headpiece, right? So it's going to be armor head is a keyword that we want. Armor head dash, right? Because I could be more specific here. And here, kind of encapsulate this. There we go. That way I can pop or statements in here. Right, so this is going to be tier 1. Oh, you know what? I got that reversed. Hold on. This is what I want to check for, because I want it to be armor head or, you know, armor legs or armor body. I'm going to want those 3, and it needs to be tier 1. That is head, legs, and body. And we are just going to verify, right? So that is armor body, that is armor legs, right? And they're all the same kind of thing. And it's got to be tier 1. This is going to be this dot repair cost will equal rustbound magic dot config dot armor arm tier 1 durability amount. Oh, wait, no. This is going to be apprentice armor. That's what it is. All right, and it gets easier, right? So tier 2, this isn't going to be apprentice. This will be magician's armor. And for this, the tier 3 is going to be archmage armor. There we go. This up here can actually change as well. I will just set this for the default. And this is going to be the undefined variable. There we go. Now let's specifically look at... we could get rid of this, this. I can get rid of that. Here we go. So let's focus on arm accessories. This one's going to be specific, right? It's going to be armor, arm, and tier 1 are the two things I'm going to want. So this will be armor, arm, and tier 1 will be TIER 1. So it's going to be AR. There we go. Armor, arm, tier 1. Paste, right? This would be tier 2. This would be tier 3. There we go. And now I can copy all of this, paste it in. And instead of armor arm, it's going to be armor neck. Yep. We're double checking everything. All right, armor neck, armor neck, armor neck. Copy, paste, and paste. There we go. Next thing, copy and paste. This is going to be waist. And what I can do with this is select all this, and if it says neck, change it to waist. And if it's capital for neck, then it's going to be capital waist. There we go. So let's double check, right? So grimoire durability isn't in this, right? Armor, all three armors. So then we have the arm slot, the neck slot, and the waist slot, and then everything else undefined. And that is what we have here as well. So I think that covers it. I could put some comments in. This would be apprentice armor. This is magician's armor. This is archmage armor. And this is arm armor. Neck armor. And waist armor. There we go. Perfect. Yep, and it is waist. All right, so that should work. Now what we have to do is add this information into the packets, the network packets that the server sends clients when they connect. This is super important because if you don't do this, a player can tweak their config settings and it can create a conflict there. You'll get like maybe ghost items, right? You won't see things being consumed correctly. Like, you know, essence amounts and stuff won't be right because the server's going to know what its numbers are. And the client's going to have its numbers. And we don't want a situation like that. So the best way to track this, because I'm going to have to expand the packet, add it to the messages, the network messages, update a couple more methods that take in the stuff. Yeah, doing a dev stream now. Config options to durability amount for the magical repair kit. There. All right. So let's go back into the mod configs. And the best way that I do this is I look at the last thing here, right? Because I want to keep all this in order for the sake of the network packets. And I'm going to find everything. So this is what I look at, right? So I could ignore this because it's already predefined, and I could ignore this, but this is the first step. I'm going to have to change it here, here, and here. So there are 4 places, right? So I could just double click this and it's going to open it right up. And we are going to have to add to this. And it's going to be unhappy with what I am going to add. But I want a side by side. And that is going to look like this. Paste. Let's put all of this in. This is going to be tier 2, tier 3. And then it's going to be that. That. And that. Copy, paste. This is going to be tier 2 and tier 3. Copy, paste. This is going to be tier 2 and tier 3. Next part, copy, paste. That's going to be tier 2 and tier 3. We're ignoring the red for now. It's more important that I get these numbers right. Actually, that would be the last one there. Now what I can do is just get this 2fig. We're going to do a multi-line select here. Which I believe is this way. Click, and click, and paste that in. There we go. So this is still going to be unhappy, right? Because I'm injecting these into a method that's not expecting these. So once we save that, that's going to be upset. Next thing we're going to do is go into the messages, and it's going to be a similar thing here. All right, so I'm going to just paste that in as the template, start back at the top, go with the durability amounts. Copy, paste, right? This would be tier 2 and tier 3. Just like that. The next thing is going to be the repair kit right there. Copy, paste, right? So instead of apprentice, MAGICIANS. Copy, paste. This is ARCHMAGE, Archmage. Copy, paste. Get a little more space here. All right, and the next parts are going to be this. Copy, paste, paste, right? This is tier 2, tier 3, tier 3, tier 2. Next one. This is kind of a pain to do, but it is so necessary. Copy, paste, paste, right? This is tier 2, tier 3, tier 3, tier 2. Here we go. Next thing is this. Copy, paste, and paste. Copy, paste, paste, and paste, right? So this is going to be tier 2, tier 3, 3, 2. This one will be undefined. Copy and paste. Now we're going to double check. Those are the grimoires. Yep, right there. That is the armor. All the specific neck armor, arm armor, neck armor, waist armor, and the undefined. Perfect. Now the next thing we have to do, it's unhappy here. It's because we need to add this to the network, the proto contract. Where'd it go? There. So we're gonna open it up to the proto contract. Now I have to watch out here. These are all ints. Right, so I have to add these as integers in the proto contract. So if we go back into here, copy, paste, that's got to be a public int. And paste. Paste, paste, right? So this is going to be the tier 2, the tier 3. This is going to be the armor repair kits here. Alright, this is going to be MAGICIANS. This is going to be ARCHNAGE. I know this isn't the sexiest thing to watch, but this is how the donuts are made when you mod. Paste, paste, right? This is going to be tier 2, tier 3. Copy, paste. Instead of arm, I could do a multi-line select. This will be neck. Paste, again, multi-line select. This will be waist. And this will be undefined. So when I save this, all of this red goes away, if I did it right. There we go. Right, so now the proto contract can actually carry this information. The last thing we need to do is expand this and then add it in the method, right? So we have to expand the method and then add the method. And what I'm going to try to do is be a little cheeky with it. Right, because if I paste all of this stuff in and then do like a multi-line select, right? Right, I can save a little time doing it this way. And there we go. Oops. I got to put the commas in. Oops. Just like that. And then get rid of all the public stuff. Tab it out so the spacing makes sense. Here we go. Adding a lot of config options. There. So that is all in the correct format again. Grimoires, armor, arm, neck, waist, undefined. And then down here, specifically here, it's gonna have to basically be this. I'm gonna see if I can be clever with this. Save some time. So if I copy all of this, and if you see anything that says int, make it an equal sign. All right, this would be 2, this would be 3. Paste, paste, paste. All right, this is going to be Magician's armor. And this would be Archmage armor. Paste, paste, paste. Tier 2, Tier 3. I like to think I saved some time doing it this way. 2, 3. That's 2. That is 3. This is undefined. There we go. All right, and this is really important to get right. So tiers 1, 2, and 3, I don't want any crosstalk or, you know, things. This is where things could flip. And it all looks good. All right, and that should be everything. Now this packet should be, when you sign in, it's going to push all these variables down to the clients without, the important thing is without overwriting their configs. Right? This is all done in real time. All right. And what else? What else did people suggest here? Let me take a look at the Discord. So I fixed that. There's one person that said they got a crash when using the preservation spell on an object. I could test that. I could test that. Build. Success. Bow, 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 bow. All right, let's see here. So someone had mentioned wanting Eldrathium plates. Why would people want Eldrathium plates? I don't know if I want to put plates in. Right, because plates are important for armor, right? Like, there's not going to be... Well, right now, there's not any, like, Eldrathium-based armor. It may become Battle Mage armor, but I'm not there yet. I still would have to model the, you know, what the armor's actually going to look like. You're not going to make an Eldrathium hopper or shoot or anything. Those are going to be no-goes. A condenser, you don't need that. Like, I maybe could do, like, a Eldrathium lantern. But they're the mana lanterns already. An Archimedes screw, who cares, right? So the riveted block, right? That would be the only thing that you would use with, like, an Eldrathium plate. I don't know. I don't know if it's worth it. Right, like, I don't have, like, there's not Eldrathium shingles or anything. What about iron? I mean, you know, there's, like, doors and stuff, right? There are no Eldrathium doors. There are no Eldrathium shields. Yeah, I don't see the need for an Eldrathium plate right now. Right, like, because the only thing would be for, like, riveted blocks. That's from my other mod. Like, these things are from my other mod because it's a registered Eldrathium's a registered metal. But like everything else, right? Like, you know, that's taking the full blocks anyways, right? And then bedding it and making the crystals. So it's not really... I don't know. I don't know. I don't see a reason for an Eldrathium plate. Like, I could see a reason if I add armor. Right? If I add, like, the Battle Mage armor that I kind of wanted to make, that would be something different. And I'm not doing that today. Let me see what it would take. Because I would have to disable a patch. I intentionally add a patch to not make plates. And it's in here. Yeah, so this removes the variant. So I could do it, right? I would have to add localization for it. It would just be disabling that patch. Yeah, see, I would have to... Yeah, metal block, new riveted, Eldrathium. Cannot be resolved. I'll have to look at that. Right, but I mean, that would be the metal plate. I don't know. Right, so I would have to look at this recipe, right, for metal blocks. Metal block, new riveted Eldrathium. Did it create more than that? Oh, it's because there are no... Oh, hold on. Let's take a quick look at... something like this. Yeah, so it's trying to I would need a new recipe. A new recipe for riveted, like the new riveted block. So I would have to also where is that? Metal chain, metal sheet, metal block. I would also have to set that to false. And then I think I have to add a patch to do the correct texture mapping. So let's reload. Let's see, what time is it? 11:41. Yay, my grocery order has been completed. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Alright, what errors did I get here? Yeah, see now, this is why I disabled the plate. Because everything feeds into itself, right? Now it wants, you know, now I gotta do all these textures because we created this new kind of riveted block. Right, so if I go to like Eldrathnium, right? So it automatically created this and this, so I would have to make a patch to patch all the correct textures to this, which also means my Eldrathnium block here. Oh, actually, look. That block is fine. It created multiple versions of the same block. These are the current ones, right? These are the current ones. Right, so it created a plain Eldrathnium block. And then a corroded version of it. The new metal riveted version, and then a corroded riveted version. There shouldn't be corroded versions of these. But you know what I mean? Like, now I would have to deal with all those textures, and I don't want to. Yeah, so the plate isn't just adding a plate. So I'm not going to add the plate. Like I'll tackle this when I add Battle Mage armor, which is going to be a little bit because I don't even. I guess it doesn't have to be a little bit. I could push something through and then just use one of the already existing plate models and kind of reskin it, you know, to make an Eldrathnium version. But I feel like that's cheap. It's kind of cheap. Look at that. It's got a decal. The decal's right, but the underlying texture is not. Oh, and look, it's targeting game right now. Could I fix this? I think I could fix this by just going into here, going into block, going into metal. And this would be sheet. There's a sheet, and then there's a sheet plane. I bet I could fix this. Here, I'm going to shut down. Copy, paste, paste, paste. Make that 2, 3, and 4. And it's going to be a similar thing here. Copy, paste. All right, we're going to rebuild. Hop back in. If I just figured it out, I'll keep all this stuff in. And then I'll put in the notes like this stuff is enabled, but I would also have to add I'm gonna have to change recipes, right? Because I'm gonna want people to migrate off of the Eldrathium blocks that I had already created. Because it doesn't make sense to have two different versions. All right, let's take a look at the output. Yeah, so it still needs more. It still apparently needs... let's see. Block metal, it needs a new folder. It needs a tarnished. And then in here, this is going to need a 5. Copy, paste. So apparently it needs all of these textures. I don't know why, but it does. Let's do a oh, you know what? I can't do a reload, right? Because I need to do this, build it. There we go. It won't have access to those assets. All right, people are talking about repair costs. Talking about the healing spells, if they does healing from stuff like flash heal and regen get affected by healing effectiveness? That would be a no, and that's already been explained. Yeah, so it looks like that is it. All right, what errors, if any? Nope, no errors. All right, so there's the riveted Eldrathium. Corroded. Doesn't even look different. So these would be the new blocks, right? That's a new item as well. And that is a new item. So you would have the new plate, and then the new block, a corroded version of it, another and the riveted one, right? See, and look at that, new riveted. So there's a problem here. It has the rivets there. It does not have the rivets here where it needs to have them. Let's pull up copper. Right, so that is that. What is that? Where's all the corroded stuff? iron block, right? Let's look at iron blocks. Here we go. Okay, we'll look at it from here. So that is corroded, riveted, rusty iron. So wait, that has more variables. Let's look at... Okay, copper block. Okay, this works. So you have a corroded plane. Corroded sheet. This is the new riveted. This is the new plane. So this is what it looks like on other blocks. So the corroded copper block, riveted, why the hell does... Why do they look so different? Just because it's corroded? Like, you get this kind of rivet? Like, that doesn't make sense, does it? And there is, you know, like, there's no version of, like, a corroded Eldrathian. So I don't know how I want to do this. Let me see how far this goes. All right, so it takes all of these to make that. The corroded stuff doesn't even, like, have recipes in this game. Metal block wouldn't have a recipe, so I'd have to make one. I don't know. I don't know how this feels. Let's take a look at it from here. Alright, so copper block has nothing. That's the riveted. And nothing. Basically, the riveted one's the only one you can, like, make, right? Am I seeing that right? Right, because that wouldn't have a recipe. Neither would that. The basic, yeah, only the riveted. I don't know. What do you guys think? Is this even a thing that we care about right now? Make sure let me track my order here. Good. I think I'm gonna try to make, I don't know if anyone likes to cook. I'm gonna try and make chocolate mousse soon. Hope it goes well. Yeah, nothing yet. Oh, what do you guys think? Is this needed? Look, it like injected itself in here. I don't know. I'm gonna have to make a smithing recipe, right? It's gonna take 2 ingots. Brr. I gotta make a decision. I could just set these 2 things back to false and walk away from this. I'm kinda debating that, honestly. Honestly, I don't know. I don't know what I should do. This is taking longer than the fixes I did previously. It's always simple decisions, right? That like kill me. They kill me. Oh boy. And it's just about noon. I don't know. Why don't... Alright, I'm gonna disable it for now. I'm gonna disable it, because I feel like I'm injecting more into this, right? Like, is Eldrathnium a real metal, or is it not? You know, like, is more magic metal? I don't know. I'm gonna set that to false, or I'm gonna set that to true. There we go. Set it all back to true. Let's patch this stuff back out. I'll leave all the textures that I just put in, with the understanding that I'm gonna have to do this a little differently, right? Those textures still need to be touched up. I gotta put localization in for these new items. Oh, fuck it. I'll put it in. It gives people more things to play with. Gives them more to play with. All right, first things first. Let's do the localization. And this is gonna be... You know, actually, let's take a look at that one first. It's gonna be item, metal, plate, dash, Eldrathnium. Alright, so it's gonna just be like an Eldrathnium plate is gonna be the name. Oops. There, I'll have that down as a reference. All right, so that would be Eldrathrium plate. Next one is going to be block dash metal block dash new dash plain dash Eldrathrium. What is this? So it's just going to be an Eldrathrium block. Copy, paste. Next thing, so instead of new, this would be corroded with the name of corroded. Corroded Eldrathrium block. This would be block new riveted. That's going to be that block. Rivet. There we go. Whoops. Copy, paste. And the last block is going to be a corroded, riveted. There we go, just like that, right? All the formatting should be done. Just gonna do a quick reload overall. I'm gonna have to do the textures next. We'll get that done, right? That way everything at least has the same look. For the corroded stuff, maybe I'll whip up a quick texture. Yeah, I'll figure it out. There we go. Everything is localized correctly in the same kind of name format. That way it's familiar to people. Yep, looks good. Okay, this texture's good. This is not. So ingot, plate, I can leave those as is. Let's look at some game assets. Survival, textures, block, metal. There, let's look at sheet. Right, so this should tell me what we're kind of looking for here. So it looks like all of these are kind of the same riveted. See, why didn't they put it in the folder called riveted? Right? They call it sheets here. That is not sheets. Like it makes it so hard to like keep things straight and to like find things and connect the dots. I don't know if they realize how hard they make it. It's rough. It gets harder like the bigger your mod gets. So Eldrathrium. So I will use my riveted texture. All here. There we go. So that is the new block. You know, I wonder if... Let's do a quick test. Because I am very, very curious about something. Two, three. Whoops. 4. 5. File, save all. Because I think... Oh, so that's what they're doing. They're making it to where each one of these can have a slightly different texture, depending on where you place it. See, I was hoping it was something like the top was different, and then the sides were different, and the bottom was different. Because that's what I do in some of these other blocks here. Like, oh, you know what? It's these blocks. No, it's not. One of these blocks, I mapped it differently. Made it to where it's, like, backlit a little better. Like, all the light comes from the top, the bottom has all the dark edges. But, okay, so that's good to know how that works. So I could just undo that. And then save all again. Fireball. There we go. All right, put it back. So that's what people are going to have. They're going to have their nice shiny blocks. I need a corroded texture now. So what is sheet plane? What is sheet plane? Okay, so I guess that's something similar. If I had to guess, that is this equivalent here. So see how it's got like the blotchy spots there? Yeah, see, it's different blotchy spots. So that's what that is. So I'm fine with all of that tarnished. I wonder, see, they call it tarnished here. I bet you that's corroded. I bet you it's the corroded one. Yep, that's the corroded texture. God damn it, man. Like, why? Why are you doing this to us? So, it's not cool. Oh, can I just... Let's take a look at different textures. And what if I try to change it like that? What do you think? Is that a good texture for corroded Eldrathium? The regular Eldrathium, and then the corroded. I think it looks fine. Alright, so the next thing that I have to do is create the recipe to even be able to create these plates, right? It's got to get a smithing recipe. So, survival, recipe, smithing. So what is it called? Plate? Yeah, so I basically want to copy this. Go into recipes. Smithing. Item. Whoops. Item plate. Oh my god, I hate that they do this! Like, the formatting's all wrong. Oh my fucking god. There we go. Jeez, man. And we'll just add Eldrathnium here, right? That's the plate, metal, item, metal, plate, metal. For this, I want to put game in front of it. There we go. That is what I want. Reload. Well, the good news is it didn't throw any errors. Yay. Oh, my delivery is on the way. I'll be taking a quick break when it gets here to bring in the food. So I'll just double check, right? So that's a valid smithing recipe, smelts into... Right, so that is the smithing recipe there. I don't have a smelts into, though. So that's going to be another recipe we gotta look up. It would be nice if it was just like smelting recipes. I guess not. Would it be an alloy? No, no, it would not be alloy. I would be in smithing. Knife, padlock, pickaxe, plate. No. See, these are all like smithing recipes. Cooking, and maybe a cooking recipe. Maybe not. Potatoes. I don't know, guys. Where would this be? It's not a barrel recipe. It's not an ingot recipe. Let me take a look at this, right? So... not a mapping recipe. Patches... What's this? Interesting. They patch their own stuff. All right. Temporal stability. Server side patch. All right. It is what it is, I suppose. Yeah, so it has to be somewhere in survival recipes. Hammer, delve hammer, hoe, hoop. Hub metal. What is a hub metal? Oh, okay, that's nothing. Right? It's not an ingot. It's not an ingot. Knife, nails, padlock, pickaxe, plate. That's what I copied over, right? We got the plate recipe. I got a rod recipe. See, the interesting thing is, right, the keyword is smelts. Yeah, I don't know how to inject this. It seems like it's important, right? Like if you can bang two of these out into a copper plate, you should be able to convert your copper plates back into ingots, right? I don't want this to be a one-way street. I definitely need to figure this out. Does anyone maybe know? Like when it says smelts, like I mean, is it like how are you smelting? Is it like in the forge? Right? Is it a forge recipe? Oh no. Forge, the most bullshit block in this game. Oh. Please. Please don't let it be this. Ah! It's not what I wanted to do. I was slouching too much. Copper. Plate. This is rough. Let's make it daytime. I want to see my failure in the light. I haven't used Ignite in a long time. Oh, whoops. There we go. Look at that temperature rise. Let's pull out the better Ignite. Ignite 3. Interesting. So it is not raising the temperature. So the forge definitely changed. See, the problem is there are no recipes here for the forge, right? So what's the best way to inject something like this in the forge? Hey, puppy, how you doing? You're trying to figure some stuff out, and it's not pretty stuff. Alright, so this is just to make the forge. This is rough. This is rough. Maybe this is done. Okay, I have an idea. Survival, item types, resource, metal plate. Maybe it's in the like attributes somewhere here. Combustible. Aha, it's a combustible property. Okay, so I could inject it into here. Which means I will need this to be a patch. Okay. Save. We know what we have to do. Adds combustible properties for a Drathium work item. Yes. Oh. I need to paste this in. Oh boy. This is going to be in metal plate. Item types, resource, metal plate. Item types, resource, metal plate, right? It's going to have, this is a melting point, duration of 30, ratio of 1. And then in here, we're going to want to include stack size. Of 2. Mario. Save. Okay. Let's hop in. Topol Vice did everything right. Okay, so that's not bad, right? Like, as long as it's a property I can make a patch for, I'm good with that. Oh, my delivery may be here. Perfect. All right, guys, I will be right back. Let's just grab this. No! Oh, that's right. Stupid, dumb patch. Alright, I'll have to fix that. Alright, we'll just get that cooking. I'll be right back. Booyah! Alright, I'm back. Alright, hey, Lunatic coming in with, wow, watch streak, nice. 3-day watch streak. Dropping by to say hi before passing out. I'm kind of sick. Oh, I'll feel better. Here, let's look at this. Okay, that's what I want to see. Perfect. Smelts into, but this is a problem. This is a problem. We need to patch this. And this would be Eldrathium plates. So I have something in here. Yeah, this is what I'm gonna have to look at. This fixes work anvil items and the forged textures. Block types legacy ingot pile. Block types legacy ingot pile. Right, that's specific to ingots, though. So, is there anything here? I don't see anything else there. Metal block, metal parts and scraps. See, the problem is this doesn't have any. It's not giving me any errors, right? Where I can look and see, like where this would be, like why this is having problems. Block metal sheet. Okay, so that can't be it. Let's take a look at the forge. Maybe that will point me in the right direction. Desktop, .NET Spy. And we are going to look for block forge. We'll look for that first. Wow, this is a lot. Looks like my code. It's all sloppy. They're in good company. Good company. So, if I had to guess, it would be somewhere in block. Try and ignite on start. I guess not. All right, block entity. Yeah, sounds. Blow air into. These are all the particles. Could also potentially be in here. Let's open that in a new tab as well. So on common tick, try ignite. On player interact. Yeah, so it may be in here. Yeah, here we go. Okay, so texture atlas position. So regen coal mesh. Regen mesh. Okay. If first code part is metal plate, shapes block stone forge plate pile is what I want. Okay. Holy crap, man. So let's go into shapes, block. Stone. Forge. Plate pile. Okay. But this is just the shape. So let's look at block types, stone. Tile block, tile slab, what is this stuff? Okay, that's like clay. No, so it's not in the same format. Part pile wall. What is part pile? So that's something different. All right, so that's pointing to a. So the temp texture source, get texture source, this C API, get block, new asset location, plate pile. I'm looking for something called plate pile. Oh, that right there, plate pile, there it is. Okay. So I need to patch Eldrathnium into here to get this working. So copy, paste, and this is going to be... Don't save. Where'd it go? There we go, right there, okay. So block types, metal. Here, let's minimize that. Go back in here, block types, metal. Plate pile. And let's move this over here. Morning, Ordor. How you doing? Hey, did you see EverQuest 2, Odor? The next expansion has the Persona stuff coming in, where in EverQuest 2 you'll be able to have like the one character with, you know, and be able to like, from what I saw, be able to swap out your class. That was pretty cool. This is what I'm looking for, right? So it's gotta come into textures, right? Eldrathnium value, metal ingot. So I think everything else is great. Fixes. Plate. Anvil items. So that's the worked metal, right? That's going to there, save. All right, let's see. Let me just make sure this still works as well. It worries me that it was saying like legacy. Okay, so it's still using the legacy patch. It's just that needs to get fixed. Let's see. I'm missing a lot of chat in Discord. I'm just looking to see if anyone's pitching any other ideas. Hey, look, it worked. It worked. Okay, good. All right, guys. So that should be maybe everything. Maybe. We're gonna spot check a couple things, right? So copper plates, right? Smelts into, right? It's got a smithing recipe to make it. Can be placed on the ground, and the ingredients for a bunch of stuff, right? So the same thing, right? Smelts into, ingredients for the smithing recipe, and can be placed on the ground. So Eldrathnium plates are all gonna be, they're the same, right? It's a metal. Now I can start adding it to things. and it's making the new riveted block. So let's double check this, and this. Right, so there's no path forward to make that right now. It's gonna be the same thing here. Yeah. The corroded, it's the same thing. Yeah. Riveted has a recipe. And so does the Eldrathium one, made out of the correct plates. Yep, and that's the same as well. Make it to level 10 on EQL? Nope, I made it to level 4. Made it to level 4. Leveling is just as slow as I remember it. Like, I thought leveling was supposed to be faster. Could also be because I'm a barbarian, so I'm in the Hollis area. And there's... Oh, be right back. All right, I'll stop talking about it. Let me know when you're back. Okay, so... What I need to do... So that's my riveted. So these are my versions of the blocks. Back. Welcome back. I made it to level 4. The leveling is not as fast as I thought it would be. Kinda seems like it's just as slow as it has been. Some weird things too, like it seems like I remember, you know, having to work for the skill points a little bit, right? Like as you're casting spells and you know, your evocation and stuff is going up. It's like you level up, and as soon as you level up, it's like a mountain of things, because you know, it's like the next fight that you do, it's just like you gain all of those abilities, you know, like you march up in like a fight or two, and like your evocation's maxed, and so is your one hand blunt, and you know, like taunt gets maxed out, bash is, you know, like it's all like from 1 to 2 fights, you know, like there's it's too quick. Not only that, when I was leveling up, like I bought spells, you know, and carried them with me. Like level 4, I got Frost Rift, right? A good evocation spell to have. It made me like auto learn Frost Rift. Like it gives me a spell or two. So I ended up buying Frost Rift and wasting money because I already learned Frost Rift, but I didn't learn Sicken or like any of the other spells. It was weird, and I don't know if I did something wrong or not, but I was like, oh, okay. Like I didn't think I did anything special, but I had Frost Rift, and I had a copy of Frost Rift in my bags. Yeah, it's kind of slow, but it feels fun. That being said, someone hit level 50 on the second day. Yeah. I did not hit level 50 on the second day. I'm still in Hollis. I'm still, fighting, you know, what I can. It's weird. Yeah, too quick. Yeah, you can pre-mem your spells. You can pre-mem all spells. Yeah, it gives you a few spells per level. Yeah, I don't like that. I think it would be better, like, if they give me the ability to to memorize spells and learn spells, then just let me do that for all spells. You know? Like, why give me just Frost Rift? It's weird. I do like some features, though. I like the ability, like, so apparently when you loot items, you can just automatically sell them to a vendor, right? I think there's a reduced cost, like you won't get as much out of it, but you can, like, auto-sell things in the field. I think that's pretty cool, you know, at the reduced cost. But I also don't think money's really... Money doesn't mean the same. You know, like, because I saw those, like, moats that they have. I don't know if that's going to be, like, a currency that's important. But... yeah. I could come help you, but I don't know when I can group with you, yeah. You sold the moats? No, I didn't sell any moats yet. But I've noticed that they are not, like... you know, unique lore, soulbound, you know what I mean? Like, it seems like that's going to be the important thing. Maybe a little more so, like, along the side of, like, platinum. Store the moats, they have a currency tab? Yeah. Alright, so I was right in thinking that moats were currency. But, I don't know, like, I don't know if I like being a barbarian or not. I gotta be frank with you, Oder. I fucking hate the graphics. Like, I hate the graphics. I hate how my barbarian looks. Like, I very much dislike. Like, if I don't play, it's because I can't use Luckland graphics. Like, that's the whole reason. If I could use Luckland graphics, I'd know exactly how my character would look. I would happily be a barbarian. Like, tell them in the Discord. Other people have, Oder. I've checked the Discord. Luckland graphics have come up a lot, and what they're saying is no. So since they are saying no, I can choose to say no to playing the game. Like, it doesn't make sense. Like, I hate how the graphics look right now. And I see other things too. Like, I think it's cool, like, when you loot things and, like, you can kind of see, like, you know, the loot kind of bop up above your head. Like, there are parts of the game that I like. The graphics are ruining it for me. Like, I like that I can get the same item drops and keep stacking the items to make more powerful versions of those items. Like, I like stuff like that. But I do not like my barbarian shaman in those graphics. Like, the Ixards, because, like, if I want to be a shaman as a primary, I only have a couple races, right, that I can choose. And I would have preferred to be a barbarian. Yeah, barbarians are ugly as fuck. Yeah, with Luckland models, they're not. Luckland models, barbarians look pretty badass. Like, they like, I had the face paint with the line. The full, like, Viking braided beard, all white hair, you know, like, sometimes eye patch if I want it, like, you know, like, the kilts and stuff, like, I'm okay with it, because, like, their armor, I think, looks pretty cool, like, the war helmet with, like, the, you know, the Viking kind of horns, and, you know, like, that kind of, you know, like, the way the chainmail looks, you know, and the shoulder pads for the chainmail, like, I think all of it looks pretty cool. I've worn a real, yeah, you never like the kilt, worn the real kilt, and it bothers me. I want to get a kilt, actually. Kilts are expensive. But I definitely want to get a kilt for, I like to go to, like, Renaissance fairs and stuff. And I do I do some leatherworking, so I make my own like gauntlets and stuff. Pouches and things like that. So but I want to get a nice black kilt. I got some Scottish in me. A little Irish, mainly Scottish. But yeah, no Luckland models. At this point, I'm still gonna play a little longer. Maybe get to level 7, because that's when I get Spirit of Wolf. It's just like the tutorial that they have could be better. It's a lot of word vomit, you know, like a lot of word vomit. And there's like 3 things to do, right? Until you leave. Like the tutorial, it wasn't good. It was not good. Best part of the tutorial is the fact that you can get those boots, and then like a slightly upgraded version of the boots, but it doesn't really change much, right? Because the values are so low. But at least it's like a piece of equipment. And I feel like the drop rates, Oder, the drop rates are trash. Like, I remember playing live and being a barbarian and going through, like, Everfrost peaks and killing decaying skeletons and actually getting, like, the equipment that they have in their hand. Like, if you see a skeleton with a staff, that staff is probably dropping, you know, with that skeleton. You know, like, I used to get excited because you would go through and be like, oh, that one has a shield, I need a shield. That is not the case anymore. I've killed so many skeletons, and their drop rates are not what they're holding. You know, like a skeleton has a whip. You know, it's like, why? It didn't have a whip when I attacked it, but it's got one buried in its chest cavity somewhere. Like the drop rates are not good. I hope they're working on it. It's just not good. You're going to need to be patient on that. They are revamping zones. In the revamped zones, names have 100% spawn chance with 10-minute respawns. It's not even the name stuff. It's like the loot tables. And the sad part is, the game's been around for how long? And it still lags when things are pathing. And you're trying to go up to it and auto attack, and it like teleports away from you or teleports behind you because like I guess desync happens. Like, it made me so sad seeing that it's still a problem. The only good news though, Oder, is that this EverQuest Legends and kind of playing it really got me like eager for Monsters and Memories for when that game comes out. Yeah, this is an EQ they somehow copied. Lots of problems that EQ fixed. Yeah. Whatever they're doing, it's not feeling good to me, unfortunately. And you only get so many second chances, you know. Like, it's, I think if I had to pick between like EverQuest 1 and EverQuest 2, I like the world of EverQuest 1 in the systems, right? I feel like everything, like from a systems point of view, is more complex. Like the AA points, you know, like I like all those systems. I feel like EverQuest 2 is more like on the rails, right? The zones feel significantly smaller. They're more sparse, you know, like it's a very much like roller coaster, lead you by the nose experience. I like the EverQuest 2 housing system. It isn't even the EQ source code. Really? What the fuck's going on? How is it not the EQ source code? Is EverQuest Legends not made by the EverQuest people? Is that what I'm hearing? I hope not. As far as I know, this is built on another engine. Oh, Jesus, titty fucking Christ. Are you kidding me? I don't think EverQuest, in my opinion, I don't think the EverQuest team is in a good enough state to throw out work they've already done and be like, all right, guys, new engine. And then that could be why they're not doing Lucklin models, because they don't know how to. Oh man, that I don't think I'm gonna be playing EverQuest Legends when it comes out. I don't know. This game is John, not DBG. What the hell's John? So it's a different, is it a different subsidiary? Totally new developers. And yet they still have, so did they take like ancient code and resurrect it? Like what? It does not feel good. It's under Daybreak's banner, but it's a different team. Oh, so it's the same company. This is the equivalent of them hiring new people. Like that kind of makes this stuff not as excusable as it initially was in my eyes. You know, it's under the same umbrella company, right? Like they have access to the same, you know what I mean? Like it's company resources. They hired new people. Like what happened, you know? Why decide to redo this in a new engine? Like what do they mean by new engine? Like I don't know, Oder. This feels fishy. I don't know, man. But I am at least giving it a try. I'm giving it a try. And I'm trying to think, right? Like, if... And that's why I want to get to level 7. You know? By level 7... Maybe level 10. If I still want to pursue it... Level 10 is going to be my max, though. It's going to be my max. If by that time I am still not on board, right? Because I'm being such a low level, I don't feel like a Shadow Knight or a Shaman, right? Those are the two classes I picked. I feel like a Shaman. A Shaman with Taunt. You know, I got only one Shadow Knight-esque spell. And it's a Disease Bolt that has a really long cooldown that does like 15 damage. It was powerful in the beginning, but it really sucks where I am right now. Like, if they cannot bring me better models, I'm not going to be a barbarian. Like, I'm for Shaman, the only other thing that I could really be is like an Ixar. And I like the Lucklin Ixar model way more than, you know, than the original crap they have now. I didn't ask, but this is like the start of something new. It's going to be custom content from here. I don't know, man. You know, that's the thing, right? Custom content from here, what does that really mean? You know, like, is it going to be as good as they're saying it's going to be? Like adding Necropolis Castle from EQ2. It was a fun zone. I remember it being really small. You know, like the zone was not that big instancing in. I like the quest chain. Like, you know, it was interesting, right? Like, you know, find the pig eye from here, and then you turn in that quest, right? And then the boar is on the other side, right? So you're running through to the other side, and you kill that name that spawned, right? And now this bookshelf opens, and it was a good story, but I did that story numerous times through a heritage quest. You know, so I hope they're not making a complete copy of it, you know. Like I would play it if it was new, you know what I mean? I don't know. They wanted a game with EQ2 EQ elements as far as I know. Didn't watch the live streams. If they want those elements, they need to fix their questing system, right? Like, Necropolis Castle worked because it was tied to a quest chain that made sense. EverQuest is not meant for quests. Like, their quests, like, the EverQuest quests are... they're confusing. You know, it's all about clicking on links and saying keywords. You know, it's not clear quest objectives. You don't know who has a quest until you talk to them. You know, talk to the NPC. Like, it's not... you cannot merge those things. They're two fundamentally different games. When did I last play EverQuest? When it was last relevant? Like, a decade plus ago? Not only that, I've played EverQuest Legends, right? Like, it's the same kind of quests, you know? Like, I spawn in to the main world. There are no, like, exclamation marks, right? Like, I have these goblin necklaces, and I know that there is the main lady in Hollis, like, on the left, going downstairs where the shaman spells are. And if I hail her and talk with her, right, like, I can get the bag for the goblin necklaces that I am collecting. Like, it's not an intuitive system. They have a quest tracker. Well, then, they did not broadcast that in a way that made sense, that I picked up on, in the tutorial. That's the problem, right? Like, you know, I'm coming back to it from taking a break for a long time, many years. I started with Lucklin models. Do they have a roadmap? Maybe I would get excited about, like, a roadmap, right, to the first expansion or something. It's because this is classic. They added a quest tracker, I think, 5 expansions ago. They don't realize this was going to bring in really old players, maybe. How did they not know that? Like, that is Daybreak's MO. Like, we're not catering to new people. We're trying to keep the dregs that we have, the diehards, still in the game. Like, I have to say, like, if right now for, like, an MMO, I think World of Warcraft is absolutely better. I think I would rather play WoW Classic than EverQuest, as it sits right now. All the info I have is secondhand or based on my knowledge of normal EQ. Like, I could still be optimistic about it. There are parts of EverQuest Legends that I liked. The graphics just were not one of them, and unfortunately, I am a visual player. But, again, monsters and memories. This I would play, right? It looks like EverQuest, but it feels like what EverQuest should have evolved into had the team prioritize the same kind of things that like the WoW devs prioritized. You know, like keep the heart of the game, but enhance, right? Like in World of Warcraft, like if I played, you know, Classic back in the day and I get in now, spells have been upgraded, models and textures upgraded, they've been revamping zones, better, you know, like everything's been improving. You know, like looking at these few images here gets me excited more than EverQuest, because this feels like the EverQuest heart, right? The way things are set up here, right? These are obviously, that's an enchanter, right? Like mesmerizing targets, right? The way the spells are, right? It's not the same old EQ2 particles, right? The lightning, like that looks like an upgrade. The spell book with tabs on the bottom there, right? Like that feels like someone took the heart of EverQuest and elevated it, right, to where it's tolerable for things now, you know? Like going through a dungeon like this is significantly better, I think. Right? Like this water here, you know what I mean? Like this feels like a game that I would absolutely get into. Absolutely. I was actually reading the Monsters and Memories stuff. I was reading the different like the different classes. They have all the EverQuest classes. MM is too punishing. It's a hard no. How is it too punishing? Is it something in facts? Wait, is this playable now? No, this isn't playable now. Early access. Monsters in Memory now scheduled for early access. Okay, October 1st. Okay. Excuse me. No maps can screw up. What do you mean by no maps? I want to hear the deets on this. It's in closed beta, but they said they won't be adding maps. Okay. They're not adding maps, but there's nothing that says... Remember EQ back in the day, Oder? You remember what quote-unquote maps we had back in the day? I remember in EverQuest 2 also, like the maps were... Might as well have not given us fucking anything at all. Like, I remember having to get the third-party thing and download the maps, like, whatever that was called, right? To be able to display it in-game as valid maps. Like, I can get around no maps. F making my own atlas. Man, Oder, I used to have like a notepad like next to me as I played EverQuest, and I'd have to write down like the NPC name, what I said, right, what the quest is, you know, like, and you know, if it's a place I wasn't familiar with, I would draw out like my lines, like I would be like, okay, go this way, this way, this way, and I would have just like a Tetris style thing of like lefts and rights without walls or anything, and I would mark down like, you know, bartender, you know, or like whatever like shops I would pass, weapon shop here, you know, put a little dot and an arrow. Like I used to make my own maps like that. Of course, until it was like EQ cartographer or whatever it was. Like, I'm fine with that. Also, corpse runs are a hard no for me. I'm fine with it. I was fine with it back in the day. It depends on like what are the penalties? What are the penalties? Because EQ was pretty brutal back in the day. There's a Monster Memories roadmap. I want to see this stuff here. I want them to sell me on this. Monsters and Memories. play, early access, community hub world. Beastmasters and rogues. See, this isn't really a frequently asked questions kind of thing. Can I box characters? What happens when I die? These facts suck. This is terrible. Gameplay. Okay, here we go. Maybe this. All right, emphasis on grouping, slower player progress with an emphasis on leveling journey. I'm fine with that. Open world design with varied level ranges in each zone rather than linear theme park progression. I like that as well. That tells me that there'll be level ranges instead of giving me like an EQ, right? Like basically you can almost map out each pole, right, in each area, right? Like based on their levels. I gotta say this, my favorite part, Odor, of this whole thing was being in Hollis and being in like the valley, the starter valley, and seeing one of those vengeful soloists coming in, a level 12 amongst like level, you know, 1s, 2s, 3s, and 4s, right? And you got this fucking level 12 skeleton just marching through, ready to fuck someone up. I like that. Just that alone gives you a sense of like danger, you know? Camping and pulling in shared zones rather than running instance dungeons, so that's kind of EverQuest feel. Combat emphasizing preparedness, tactics, and decisions. Yeah. Emphasis on discovering, engaging with, and betraying NPC factions. Yeah. Similar fluid approach of player engagement with religion and the gods. That'd be cool to pursue that. Trade skills. I like that. Player housing. Fuck yeah, player housing. That right there's a +1 to this game for me. Spawns, foraging, harvesting, and other discoveries. Consider time of day, day of week, lunar cycle, seasons, and similar variables. That's cool. I like that. Oh, I don't like that. Text-based interaction. Minus 0.5. So what happens when you die? Classes and skills. Scheduled ever-changing content and NPC behaviors, time, seasons, factions, relationships, maintain ongoing sense. Yeah, okay. I don't know about that one either. I was griping at EverQuest Legends about that. Focus on providing discoverable, unique ways to interact with things. Player essentials, items, inventory. Okay. Okay, yeah. Light sources, spells and abilities. I mean, come on, look, this looks like better EverQuest. But, you know, it depends, right? See, corpse runs. Odor, stick with me, man. I'll have a summon corpse spell. I'll hook you up. So here we go. If I die by some mistake just as I'm about to have to leave the house to get to an important appointment, but logging out will now cause me to lose all my items. Where do they say that? Where do they say death penalties and the explanation of what death penalties are? Death. Okay, you inevitably die. Your items stay on your corpse and you respawn at your bind location. By default, your bind location is set to the location where you first logged into your character. However, this can be changed through spells and other mechanics. If possible, When you are about to die, make note of any features in the environment to help you find your corpse. You can also locate your corpse through the use of certain spells. I like that. And expedite its recovery through certain abilities. So they definitely have like a summon corpse spell. Other players can also help you find your corpse. Don't be afraid to ask. Oh, it's slash corpse? Oh, they brought that in, dude. They brought that in. I remember, like, you know, someone like targeting you, right? And then making the macro, you giving them consent, and then them dragging your body. I fucking remember that. That's awesome. That's cool. I'm sorry, Oder. I kind of like that. I like that. If you don't recover a corpse, it expires after a certain duration lapses. Corpses with no items on them expire after 30 minutes. 3 hours. Corpses with items expire after 2 hours for level 1 or 7 days. L plus 2. What is L3 and L2? What is that? Levels? Level 1 to 4. Oh, so level 1 has a 2 hour, and then, okay, good, 7 days. But if your corpse expires, fear not, it can still be recovered. Simply visit your city's local priest and have it summoned for you. Are you kidding me? So if my corpse expires, I can still recover it by just going to the city's local priest and have it summoned for me. What's the problem? What's the problem with that? So even if I don't have spells or anything to summon corpses, and I just chalk it up as a loss, even after the time, my corpse, it's been 8 days since I last died because my life got busy. I could just go to the priest in one of my local cities and then like summon that corpse. I probably would have to pay. And a guard will point me towards the priest if I ask them nicely, so I have to type to them. Yeah. That's awesome. That right there is awesome. Yeah, losing items permanently because I couldn't find someone. Yeah, no one told me about the priest, and they didn't have this info yet. Too late now of this game. Man, that's a lot of salt odor. Why can't we align on things? Do you know how excited I am about this game? You put the EverQuest bug in me. This is your fault that I'm looking forward to this game. This is on you, Oder. Yeah, spells and abilities, that's death, cantrips. And you know, Oder, they probably put this in because people had that problem. It's most likely why they put the whole priest system in and be able to recover expired corpses. What are cantrips? Cantrips are a unique perk granted to casters. They allow classes to assign one of their memorized spells as a cantrip, so that is retained upon death, even if you don't have your spellbook available. Oh, that's cool. First cantrip is a level 4 with additional cantrips added at specific intervals as you level to determine you have a cantrip available. Check that. So that's cool. I like that. Sign a cantrip, clicking the orange number next to it, you will re-memorize the spell. I like that. I think that's what EverQuest Legends tried to do, right? Where no, it's one of the stances where like the first slot becomes more like a passive proc ability. Just felt bad, not into it. Maybe sometime in the future. Yeah, well, how long ago did you play it? Because if they're in like a closed beta and you were playing it there, like I'm giving it a go when it comes out as like the open, you know, whatever it is, open access, right? Early access. October 1st is when I'm going to be giving this a go. Because by then, all of these systems, right, they're ironing out all of this bullshit, right? Like, oh, what happens when you die and you can't get to your corpse in 7 days and you lose all your stuff? You know what I mean? Like, it seems like they already they already got feedback on that. I'm not going to judge them on that, right? I want to judge them when this thing hits early access. Then I will judge them. But I am looking forward to this. Definitely. I am going to be either the Shadow Knight equivalent or a shaman. One of those. Or the elementalist. I like a good magician or a necromancer. Those are my top 4 picks. Okay. I need to work on this a little bit more. I would like to see a roadmap for EverQuest Legends. I would very much like to see a roadmap for that. I want to get excited about it, Oder. I want to get excited about it. Where are all of my Eldrathium blocks? So I need to get rid of these 2 things. Last year. I don't know. I'm like I said, this October I'm gonna give them a solid try. It looks like it's EverQuest enough to where it's fixing the things that I wish Live would fix. But again, I haven't played it. I don't know if, it can be pretty hollow. It could be pretty empty. But I will say this. It was pretty sad looking at the, EverQuest, like EverQuest Legends, and going through Hollis and going through Everfrost and seeing it as basically an empty map. Like, one igloo here after running for 4.5 minutes through the valley, and then another 3.5 minutes. There's 3 igloos here with nothing inside of them. You know what I mean? Like my bar is pretty low. if a game's been around 30 years and it's still that empty, that it's like, do they care? I'm not talking about lack of players. I'm talking about lack of environment. Even like as they space trees out, it's like, this isn't a forest. This is like sad. Like there's, like you're seeing like up. You see this map, right? The map in front of you, the ground in front of you, all with the low res textures and the weird poly, like edges and everything, right? And you see one tree here, one tree here, one, like you could almost look at it and be like, you guys couldn't put like at least double the trees in, make it look like a forest, like this, like going through like the Everfrost peaks, like I could show you, I'm right in Everfrost. Play. Yeah, they obviously wanted as close to the original game as possible. They didn't use any of the revamped cities or zones. Stupid decisions, yeah. Oh, God. Forgot about the music. What is that? Marketplace. Look at how stupid this character looks. I hate this character. There we go. Wait, am I still stuck here? No, good. Here, let me get out of this. Let me get out of this area. Stupid looking frog lock. Ah! There we go. Let's see. One strategic tree. Like, look at this. I've been running. I passed 4 creatures, right? Nothing. Here we go. Everyone's walking in a line. There's no reason to explore anything over there because the creatures don't spawn over there. This is basically the line that they walk. Like this is it. This is it. Everything's in the same line. They're either going in one direction or the other. Oh, see, that guy's lagging, lag spiking there. Oh, and look at how my barbarian runs. They didn't even, the animation's not even there. There's a pause before it starts playing, you know, the repeating run. You know, it's stuff like this. Like what this is a tree? You know, but there's nothing over here. There's nothing over, there's no reason to go off the track, off the path. This is it. Here's one igloo. I ran for how long, right? You can look at the map, right? There's one igloo here. There's 3 here. Is there any reason to go inside this igloo? No. There's no creature inside of it. You know, that's what I'm talking about. Oh, sorry. Oh, I'm stuck. Weird polys. You know, this is why I don't want to, like, I'm not happy with EverQuest Legends, right? Like, I had this shit back in 1999. Like, what was that lag spike for? Is my computer having a heart attack? Or, you know, like, a lot of spikes in the game. Look at this. They're kind of like, you know, if you watch them, that like, it's hard to get excited about this when I hate my character. I hate the run animation. Are there anything in these 3 igloos? Because I'm curious now. Look, same skeletons. Look, 1, 2, 3, 4, all 4 decaying skeletons. You could just see where their paths are. Like, there's a path here. There's a path going there. Anyone home? No, nothing in there. Nothing in there. Nothing in there. You think they have 1 rock, 2 trees, 1 banner, the same copy-paste igloo. You know, they got 2 trees over there. They couldn't put more trees in here? You know, more igloos, make things spawn inside of them, give me a reason to actually use my crouch ability to walk in. You know, like, anything? This is my problem. Like, I played this game back when I was in middle school. It was great then because it's all we had. It ain't great now. If you want me to pay for a monthly subscription for that, I'm not their demographic, unfortunately. You know, they're not getting my money. I'd rather play WoW Classic or World of Warcraft or Final Fantasy XIV or Elder Scrolls Online or even New World, right? Like even if I don't think it's sunset yet, hop in for the last like couple months of New World. Lots of people have nostalgia. That's what they're trying to reel in. Well, I've spent years of my youth playing EverQuest and EverQuest 2. They didn't get me. Like that's not nostalgia. Like if anything, it's making me take my rose tinted glasses off. That, you know, the zones are as empty as they were. And I remember back in the day, I had my VHS player, right? And I would put in my cassette for like the Water Boy and have the tube TV on the side as I'm sitting there meditating my time away trying to get my mana back. You know what I mean? Playing EverQuest. Like that's... Those are my childhood memories. And I can't go back to that. I can't. I would rather play numerous other games. I'd rather play Project Gorgon. That was actually a pretty solid game. It's just hard to get back into it, right? Like, so much has changed. I don't want to start a new character. But Monsters and Memories, I'll give that a try when it comes out. Maybe it sucks and I pick it up for a week and put it back down. At least I'll know. But, yeah. Oh, you logged out? Yeah, I logged out. What was I going to do, Oder? Stand next to you as we watch the line of decaying skeletons walk, you know, directly into each other and past each other? As you can look at my dopey-looking barbarian. My sad, pathetic excuse for a shaman. Yeah, I was going to port you to get some EXP. Yeah, I don't have much longer to play. I've been streaming for almost 3 hours. I wanted to do some writing as well. I'm writing a book, and I wanna go back through my first 4 chapters and kind of change some things about it. So I want to dedicate like an hour to that. And let's see, I think it's been like cloudy all day. Yeah, cloudy all day. But it's not supposed to rain. I want to grill later, but yeah. All right, what else was I adding here, guys? What was I adding? I think I wanted to disable being able to create these. Does it make sense to allow you to make these? Maybe. Let me think this through. It's not going to item types. It's going to recipes, grid, resource blocks. Eldrathnium. Eldrathnium normal. This would be game : so I still want you to be able to make these. So game : metal block dash new dash plane. Eldrathnium. And I will add 2 things here. Let's copy that. Paste it in here, right? So what this is going to do, because I need to start transitioning people away from my Eldrathnium metal blocks to the new ones that I just made. That's going to work with the whole metal system that the game uses. So if you already created Eldrathnium blocks, I'm giving people time to be able to break these back down into the ingots, and any new blocks that are made are gonna be this version, right? So it's a one-way path, and then after a couple updates, after a certain amount of time, I will disable those custom blocks, right, that I have in. And it looks like syntax error. Westbound magic recipe failed. Deserializing block Eldrathium normal. Grid recipes resource failed deserializing. Parse after parsing a value that was unexpected. Oh, I forgot the comma. Ah. I was thinking about going outside right now. Finally, a gas bill under $40. First time this year. Yeah. Well, we'll see how long that lasts. Wasn't stuff starting to fire up in the world? We'll see. We will see. Okay, so that looks better, right? So now let's get a bunch of ingots. So if I create these now, so yep, there it is. It's the new block, which is that guy right there. And if you have the old one, I will still allow you to break those down, but if you try to make them again, it's going to be the new block. All right, so people can start funneling resources in. The riveted. I think I can get rid of this. All right, I have an idea. Oops, that was not the idea. I think I can get rid of this recipe. All right, so I could take the riveted Eldrathium. Copy. Paste, right? So I want you to take one of my old riveted blocks and break it down to the new plane ones. Now let me think. Let me think about this. What's my phone buzzing? All right, that was nothing. That was nothing. There we go. So it was nothing. I just want to make sure no flash thunderstorms happen. It's going to ruin my grilling plans. All right, let's do a little math here. So it takes 2 ingots to make 1 plate, right? 2 ingots makes 1 plate. Let's get rid of that. You know what? No, no. Let me do that. Enabled false. Because I want to preserve that. So my old riveted, right? So it basically took 4 ingots. So why don't I do ingot dash Eldrathium. There we go. Now give you 4 of those items back, right? That way you're not like gaining anything major from this, right? I don't want to create like an infinite loop to infinitely get all this Eldrathium, right? So the old riveted, you basically get the equivalent of the ingots back. And then with this one, what I would have to do is say, what is it? Here's my Eldrathium plate. So it takes 6 of these. So game metal block new riveted Eldrathium. Game metal block new riveted Eldrathium. So I want to take one of those. Game metal plate dash Eldrathium, and that will be 6, right? So if you have the new plate, you could break it down. We're just gonna reload. Let's see. I'm reading the Discord here. Looks like people have been talking here. So what are people talking about here? My 2 cents, vanilla clothes are repaired 50% with the sheet of linen cloth, but it takes something like 2 stacks of magical repair kits to fix a broken robe. It's pretty demanding considering how often armor degrades. If repair kits could repair, say, even 10% of robe's durability, that would be a massive improvement. Side suggestion, tier 3 spell that repairs clothes. Ha! I hate that this area is like temporarily unstable. And a temporal storm was going on. There we go. Like my stability constantly ticks down in this area. Sucks. Magic items in general could also be repairable using essence via a special station. Mage going in and stitching his robes by hand is realistic, but I suppose, but not some magic feeling. So wow, people are definitely talking about repairs, right? How repairs happen. My first thought is like you throw something in, like your armor into here, and essence could repair things, but how do you balance that? Like, I could move it to something like that. Throw your grimoire in, and essence, like, fixes it. Right? Imagine it. Here, let's pretend. You got this spell. You throw it in. You'll see the flames kind of engulfing it and repair it. You know, I'm not against that, honestly. I'm not against it, but how would different things? Well, I guess with grimoires, that's one thing, right? Right, because like neutral essence would repair neutral, right? Light for light, dark for dark. That's doable. But what would it look like with armor? Like what essence type would repair like your stabs, right? Let me look at this. So maybe I should make the repairs instead of a specific amount. Maybe it needs to be a percentage amount. Because I am getting the current durability, the max durability, and then I'm just adding the repair cost. I could calculate the repair cost based on a percent. Which means all the stuff that I just put in, right? Like I'm going to have to, I could still have configs, but I can tweak it to where it's like 1 out of 100, right? That way. What do we think? That's a good idea. Current durability, max durability. Let's make an int for repair amount. That is going to equal. But do I want to do it this way? This is what I want to do. I don't know. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Should I make it percentage based? For like armor and equipment and stuff? Yes, Vice. That sounds like a good idea, Vice. Because what I could do, I could probably say int repair amount is going to equal math dot. I would have to do ceiling. We're going to want to cast this as an int, right? Int. And then for this, it's going to have to be like my max durability, and then multiply it by this dot repair cost. Why is it unhappy? Calls ambiguous with the following method properties: ceiling. Oh, decimal or double. Okay, so then make this double. I could do that, right? So it keeps the durability. It's gonna, so if you have something that is at like 50% durability, and it's like 50 out of 100, right? So it's at 50%, and then repair cost from the config happens to be 50, it would repair it to max, right? Like I think this makes sense to do. Oh no, that means that I would... I don't think it's going to be a problem doing something like this. I don't think I need to change this to a double. I could keep those as ints in the configs. All right, so let's test this out. Let's get staff. This is going to take forever. Let me make sure that the repair kits still work. Game mode 1. Okay, so it's still going to work. Do I have any equipment on? No. Game mode 2. Equipment. I'm not going to put any of the Archmage stuff on. I don't need that. Apprentice robes. Let's get the apprentice hat. And leggings. All right, then I'm going to let something just beat me up. There's the pit. Perfect. We'll let a wolf tear into me. Oh wait, it's there we go. I had the mana thing on. It's abuse. Let's see, someone also suggested a new utility block, Magical Tailor, drains mana from a mana vault to repair clothes in its inventory over time. I don't know. It's not a bad idea. I would probably, like, if I were to make a block like that, it would be a utility block that, while it runs, would slowly repair whatever you put into it over time. Like, if the item has durability. That way it works for, like, anything with durability. How we doing? We're doing well. And while this thing eats my biscuits, what I am going to do is go back into my references. I'm going to make all of this 10%, right? Because it's percentage based now. Here, let me log out. Save and quit, right? So I don't have to do all this over again. Here's my config. Because now I got to change the wording of all this stuff. Right, so I can say, this is a percent based off of the item's max durability. All right. Whoops. Multi-line selection for the win. And the new max is going to be 100, right? Paste, 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 and copy, paste. There we go. Oh, same thing here. Whoops. Damn it. There we go. There we go. All right, and when we're done with this, I still want to double check the Eldrathium. I'll write up the change logs and I'll push out this update as well. So far, the greatest complaint I have about the state of this mod is the final edginess, whatever that means. Crafting items by throwing ingredients one by one is cool at first, but not so much when you need 4 stacks. Magic armor's cool, but not so much that when you need to invest huge time to repair. Spells are awesome, but then you die once or twice and get unlucky, and back to work it is. It almost sounds like they're talking about a game with consequences, huh? I don't hear anyone bitching about when they go offline and all their food turns to rot because that one person no-lifes the server. I started Magic with a few other people on the server. The rest bowed out because Foundry crafting was too annoying. How's it too annoying? Is this person not holding Q? Do they not know you can hold Q? Yeah, if you hold Q and pressing it, you could drop whole stacks in under a second. Yeah. Also, if you're stuck on a death loop. Yeah. So, yeah, that is what it is. This person apparently doesn't like the mod because they have to throw things out with Q. I guess that's a taste. That's fine. I like it. I think it's better to craft with the Atomic Foundry than it is just hitting E and putting things in a grid. I think I made something unique with it. I'm happy about it. I do like the idea of a utility block that can repair an item based on something. My server has no life for compensation because I'm normally the no-lifer. I love it, Oder. I love it. Hey, Manaway. Getting rid of grid crafting is one of my passions when I mod. When I mod a game, as I don't make mods. Eat my biscuits enough here? Jeez. We're almost at 50%, right? I ideally want 2 pieces of equipment to be at 50% or lower, right? So lower than 450 durability, and then I will save and try the new repair kit. Aren't you full yet? Okay, so that's below 50%. You know what? I could just do it now, right? So let's save and quit. Roaming, vintage story data, mod config, rustbound magic. So I'm gonna hop in the game. We're gonna pull up my mod config. We're gonna turn off word wrap. Here's all the new durability amounts, right? So the first one's gonna be 10%. So let's make sure it's actually going to be 10%. There we go. I was going to say, can you damage boost me out of there, good sir and or madam? What is that bullshit? That ain't right. Where is it? Is that it? No. Minimize. Minimize. There it is. Item wearable. Right, so this should be right? Because I'm getting the current durability, I'm getting the maximum durability. I am calculating the repair amount based on I'll camel case it here. Based on the repair cost, right? Which is pretty much 10. No. I need to... I think I gotta divide it by 100, right? And then cast it as a float. Or that, right? Float divided by 100F. Because I was using whole numbers in there. That's better. I would expect that, right? 410 to 500. Let's look at a percent calculator. Where's my percent calculator? There it is. So what is 10% of 900? Calculate. It's going to be 90. So 410 to 500. Yes. So that is indeed correct now, right? So that's that. Let's go into my config. Hey, Vexus. Divide it by 6,000. Why don't I do 9,000? Just for the meme. This is the chest. How you doing? How you doing, Vexus? This is apprentice stuff, so if I make it 50%, file, save, reload. So we should see this jump up a lot. Right, because that's going to be 450, so I should get 450 durability. Man, it's already 2. Oh, crap. Yep, there we go. Percentage-based, baby! So let's pull up a calculator, and we will say 450, or actually it is 410, right? Yep. Plus, yeah, plus 450, so that should be 860. Yep, 860 durability. So now let's see what happens when you put, yeah, when you overkill it. Yep. So it's not going to go above, right? Nope, it maxed out at 900. Good. All right, there we go. Percentage based and configurable. I don't know why I just closed out of the game. We have to check the Eldrathium conversion, double check that. How's stuff going for you? Stuff looking magical as usual? Yeah, doing good. I finally caught up on stream again. Been playing catch up on stuff recently. Yeah, I've been trying to make some time to stream. I had yesterday and today off. Yeah, things are going pretty good. Had a big update recently for the Magic mod. Lot of good quality of life stuff. Magic mod feels better each time I touch it, I think. Just kind of putting in some last minute stuff now for another update. Yeah, and I'm about to do some writing. I've been streaming for like 3.5 hours, so I'm probably gonna do a little writing. Move my book a little further on. Let's see, 50%, 10%. Yeah, I think all that's good. All that's good. And I'm gonna be grilling later, making some burgers. Making a story, yes. Yes, I am. Well, what was that? That is incorrect. I got something wrong. Oh. Item. That's what I got wrong. Let's reload. It's a story. I am writing a novella for now. Depends on how many words I end up with. I kind of outlined what the story's going to be, like key points and everything, the characters. Kind of horror related. So it's been fun. It's been fun. So let's pull off the leggings. Kind of wish you could pause the load just to see what it says before loading. Yeah, right? Like if it's in developer mode, you should have to click next to continue or something. Sometimes it goes by so fast. Yeah, that's fun. Yeah, it definitely has been fun. So this should be a 10% fix. Oh. Right? Like, what? Why is it not happy? Oh, plus repair cost. Oh, shit. This should not be repair cost. This should be repair amount. Okay. That's better. Okay. But this is not right. Oh no, it is. It is actually, because this is the apprentice armor. That's 50%. Okay. Let's put that there. Put that there. Put that there. Let's make this 10% again. Reload. Bow, 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 bow. Okay. Now, what happens when you have more than one? Yeah, so that's the other thing, I guess. So the difference between these two should be 90, right? 80, yeah. So that is a difference of 90, which is 10%. But yeah, you would have to kind of keep doing that until you fully did it. All right. Oh, why did I close out of the game? Damn it, I need to check the blocks, the Eldrathium blocks. And then I'll whip up the change log, and then I will push this update out. So this update's going to be adding the config options, changing how repairs work. We got a new good idea, right? Having a utility block that as it runs slowly over time repairs items that are put into it. Let's make it daytime. There we go. All right, Eldrathium. Oh, and you know what I also have to do? Let's go into block types, Eldrathium. And let's not have these, my old blocks, show up in creative. They'll still exist, but you won't have access to them. Because I'm trying to migrate people away from it. So, Eldrathium, there we go. That's what I would expect to see. Right, so you still have the bits. You have your ingot. You can now pound those ingots down into the plates. The Eldrathium plates. You can use those plates to make these the riveted blocks. Whoops. Right there. So it's the same kind of thing as all the other metals in the game. I allow you to make these the same way, the regular blocks. And if you have my old blocks, you can convert them to the new Eldrathium ones. These plates don't do anything else yet. I suppose I could change this recipe now. No, it's fine. I'll keep that. Keep that as is. All right. I think that's everything. All right, let's update GitHub. Everything looks so cool. Yeah. All right. Now to do the change logs, right? So Eldrathium blocks have changed. There are now Eldrathium plates. And the standard 4-block variants that each metal in VS has. Old Eldrathnium blocks still exist, but should be converted into the new kinds. Do this by placing them in a crafting grid. There we go. Did this for future updates. There we go. Right, so that was all the patches and stuff that I did, right? And I'll spell it out. This includes Eldrathnium block, corroded Eldrathnium block, riveted, and I'll say, and the riveted counterparts. There we go. Perfect. All right, so that tells everyone they need to know about that. So we could skip that. That's wait, what was that? Okay, that's the recipe changes. Added config options for how much repair kits will repair for. Before that, I will let you know magical repair kits now repair based on the item's max durability via percent. There we go. And then added a config options for how much magical repair kits will repair for. I guess up here, fixed an issue where transmutation no longer harvested rust crystals. There we go. That was the main fix. Let's look at soulbound, right? All right, particle system. I did some cleanup with the particle system. Nothing noteworthy. Well, I guess noteworthy. Updated a few particles for item conversions to make them brighter. Right, I did that for the configs. I started to put in the PvP, the magical PvP system. Nothing noteworthy there yet. It doesn't do anything. So I don't have to add that. All right, that's adding the proto contracts. This is the Let me undo that. Let's open up the transmutation spell. For now, I'm just going to comment this out like that. Save. That's better. I'm requesting a mage to imbue a stack of my arrows with slow. That way, when I hit something, it'll be slowed so I can pew it to death like bears. So you want an enchantment? Is what you're saying? I did want to add slow as a spell. I just didn't know how to do it without harmony. Because like local, like player motion is different than like the AI tasks for motion, because it's a pathfinding motion, right? So it's not really like a float value that gets magnified. It's more like how long does it take for it to go to its path location, right? Or to the player, right? Like it handles motion differently. Players have that built-in modifier, right? To where if they're in a block, you know, like paths will let you run faster. Creatures, I don't think have that same thing. Unless they do and I missed it, which could be the case, because I looked at this a long time ago. So this is RBM 3.2.5, right? Yep, 3.2.5, save. All right, commit. That's it. Let's shut down the game. Let's build it. Actually, let's hold on. Stop. I'm gonna start the game one more time. Let's make sure. See what you're thinking. Yeah, I'm not sure. Damn, I'm behind. I need to look at VS stuff so I can update. Yeah. Yeah, 1.22 doesn't really have a lot in it that I care about, like a lot of new systems, but you know, hey, it's on 1.22 now. Let me in. All right, let's see if there were any errors. Nope, that's all I wanted to check. All right, let's shut down. Everything is built. We're gonna cake build this. I am going to go here, add release. Okay, so what I'm going to do for this, because this is kind of like a patch, I don't want people to miss all of this. So I will copy it all. Now we will go to add release. Previous update. And now in GitHub history, copy and paste. Ah, lame. There we go. Select game version. There you go. Releases. Boop. Best credit I can give to VS is they update pretty frequently, though with new stuff. Yeah, they do a good job. Some games take literal years to update. Like Minecraft. I see what you did there. Throw it under the bus. Alright, there you go. We got some Rustbound Magic stuff, probably telling me about transmutation. Yeah. Curious about a design choice regarding the Sentry models. What's with the fin spikes on their back? I don't know, they look cool. I thought they looked cool. Maybe. All right, so that is that update. Next update is out. Let's go to Notepad++. I wanna write down some ideas here. So, a utility block that slowly repairs items with durability that are placed in them. Slow spell. PvP mode for damage spells. What else? The UI in the book so cool. What UI? Oh, that'd be awesome. Yeah, the slow spell. Yeah, I'll put it on the list. What else was I doing? Oh, you know what? I have to redesign touch spells to be more to be target based instead of pure AoE. Side note, I would move AoE logic into entity position on point of impact. Alright, that would fix the long-standing issue with that spell. I think the UI is the wrong word. I mean the guidance book with the spell stuff. Oh, okay, yeah. Well, I have the, this is the achievements. Yeah, actually, yeah, that is the book. Yeah, and then when you click on it, it actually becomes like an open book. Yeah, that's your achievement panel. Yeah, because I got that, and here, let's hop back in. I do the best I can. Someone mentioned, I'd hate to put this in. A stupid combat overhaul thing. Look at patch for summoned weapons. Because apparently my weapons do 0 points of damage because of shitty combat overhaul. Fucking hate that mod so much. Ugh. But I can look into a potential patch. I don't want to, but ugh. It's trash. I think that mod has griefed me more than anything else. Ugh. Blech. Oh, that's the other thing I wanted to do. Grimoire repair idea. Throw a grimoire into Arclight Furnace. Allow essence to repair spells. I like that idea. Absolutely. Of like, you have like the neutral book, right? And you throw it in, and it like slowly, you know, like it costs like X amount of essence per durability, right? Per durability tick, depending on the spell tier. And it just like repairs the durability for you. It means that there would be issues with well, I would have to expand the current system here, right? Because it's like writing a new spell on completion, and I would have to change how this fundamentally works. But I think that would be a pretty neat idea for repairing a grimoire. Throw it into the arcane fire. Same. Causes a lot of compatibility issues. Yeah, well, that's what happens when a mod disables core functionality of a game that other mods rely on. Just straight out nulls it all and be like, well, you either make a mod for my mod or you make a mod for the game you're modding for. Take your pick. Yeah, kind of funny because it's combat, so it's combat griefing. Yeah, I hate that mod. Fucking hate that mod. Trying to have their cake and eat it too. Yep, absolutely. Yeah, I think it's good. I think it's good. I got a new short list of things to add. I'm curious to see what people think about like the mana shield. Curious about getting feedback on that. Hopefully combat overhaul doesn't fuck anything up for that. Seems like the kind of thing combat overhaul would do, but I guess I'll find out about it eventually. All right. I've been live streaming for a while. Let's find someone to raid. My butt's sore. I wanna get up and stretch a bit. Oh hey Vice, did you end up finding a way to add a configurable variable or something for the mob's health pools? No, I have not. That would have to be done through patches, wouldn't it? I remember this conversation. This individual wants a way to have a config option to change the maximum amount of health that my creatures have. But that would be best done through a patch to my creatures, right? Because they play on a specific server that ups the amount of health everything has. So that's not something that I can easily do. Twitch.tv, who is playing? We got Cyborg playing Pal World. Who's playing Vintage Story? I have one person playing Vintage Story right now. I rated that person yesterday. I rated that individual yesterday. I don't wanna play favorites. Maybe we get into we let's raid Cyborg. It's a great guy. Wasteland Puppy. I miss his old name. I miss the old name. But they're playing Pal World. I know of Pal World. I've never watched it. Like I've never seen it like at all, like gameplay or anything. Yeah, this has been a pretty good stream. You know, I kind of fanboyed a little bit about Monsters and Memories. I'm totally going to be trying this game out when it comes out in October. Like some of the stuff here, right? Features available in early access, right? This is... Yeah, right? PvE rule set, a PvP rule set. That's fine. I'll be playing on a PvE server, absolutely. Groups, guild, side quests. Yeah, so it's like the classic EQ stuff. Monster Cities is pretty cool. I kind of want to see what Monster Cities are like. A hardcore mode, they can fuck off with that. Right? Self-found and solo self-found modes. I don't know what that means. Boats, taxis, alright. Chartering a boat to go on an island expedition. That sounds kind of cool. Mounts and pack animals. Alright. Weather impacts content. Moon cycles impacts content. Yes. Encounter first to engage FTE mechanics on specified rule servers. Oh, okay. So that's like tagging, right? Tagging things. I won't be playing on one of those. Earthquake system. Full world repops. Interesting. Camping mobs. High-end encounters. Yeah. Consignment bags. So is that a bazaar? Are they bringing back the old bazaar? It seems really awkward to me. The creature and character are pretty cartoony versus the realistic Ark-like environment. Ah, yeah, for Pal World, yeah. Funny enough, my brother also suggested to me to play EQ Legends. Oh yeah, I have it, Vexus. It's disappointing. I'm not happy with it at all. They're forcing you to play like before Lucklin models. Like it's old. It's old. It feels like you traveled back in time 30 years, right? To when you were like young, super young. Like, I made a barbarian. I hate the way the barbarian shaman looks because they're forcing you to use the old models, and barbarians are trash. Their tutorial kind of sucked in the beginning. Like, I'm in Everfrost, right? Because I'm a barbarian shaman. I'm in Everfrost, and you see the same paths you saw back when you were a kid in school. Like, with the old models, it's an empty world. There's no, like, there's nothing in it. Like, you stay on the path of the monsters. Like, it's not good. I'm not having a good time with it. If they bring in Lucklin models, it may make me feel a little better, but they're saying no to Lucklin models as of now. I'm hoping they bring in this bazaar. That's why I'm excited about Monsters and Memories, right? This what I from what I'm reading, I feel like this is where EverQuest 1 should be today if they actually had, you know, the foresight to, like, I don't know, improve upon their stuff like World of Warcraft did, you know? If this is like / bazaar, like I love that. In rooms, housing, yeah, they're bringing housing in. I don't know what campfires are. Rested state, trades, yeah, there's a lot of stuff here. Swimming, fishing, foraging, fully fleshed out combat text, stat allocation, thousands of items, Dargans. NPC trainers, yeah, I love that. Player trading, so that must be the bazaar thing. Spellbook system, belt attachment, unique music for each zone, alright. Light source gauge, we're kind of going auto follow, corpse dragging. I will be playing this game for sure. Monsters and memories. Yeah, let's just go to the main site here. See, this feels like EverQuest 1 with like upgraded stuff, right? Like the textures feel good, like the trees aren't like shitty looking. You know, like the way, like it feels like an upgraded EverQuest, right? And I'm getting excited about just this stuff, right? Like a spell book with tabs. Yes, please. You know, like, you know, it feels like what I would expect out of EverQuest today. Yeah, but like higher poly. Yeah, it's Valheim level graphics. Yeah, and I like Valheim. It works. Like if you're gonna have stuff like that, it needs to be higher polys, right? So I will be playing that game for sure. The Cyborg. But I'm not against. Okay, so for EverQuest Legends, I am disappointed with it, but I have to say it's pretty cool being able to be a shaman and a shadow knight to pick 3 classes. That is a pretty cool thing. And apparently it's a different game engine. I don't know how, but it's a different game engine. And they're going to be coming up with custom content for EverQuest Legends. It's a different group that is a subgroup of Daybreak Games. I don't know if that tells you much of anything. It's probably 3 different people that have a couple ideas. So I don't know if that's good or bad or indifferent. I did buy it. So if you do end up playing, I'm on Kanos. I'm on the Kano server. Yeah, Daybreak was the company that bought EverQuest, right? It was Dark Paw. It was Sony at first, Sony Online Entertainment. They don't really have the old cast, right, for EQ. So I don't know. This could be a cash grab, like all their time lock progression servers. I don't know what they consider new content. If it's the same bullshit they're doing in live, then the game's not going to last long. But you know, I got the game. I gave it a try. It has a closed beta right now, so I think at the end of this month, they're doing like the character wipe to go to the full release. If you play, I am on Kanos. I don't know what your brother's on. I don't mind making a new character. I'm only level 4. But you know, no, it's maybe I said it wrong. I don't know. Kanos, yeah, Kanos. There you go. Have I been saying it wrong ever since my youth? if you play it, it's got some interesting things that make me want to play it, but the graphics are not one of them. All right, so let's raid the Cyborg, and then I can stand up and give my ass a break. The needed break it deserves. Kanos. Kinos. Ugh. I'm always gonna say it wrong. You know why? Because I was in like middle school when I was like, you know, you read all this stuff, right? Like it's always going to be Kanos to me. That's what all my friends called it. That's how I pronounced it. Kinos, I guess it does make sense, but I'm always going to call it Kanos. In the same way, I'm always going to prefer the Luckland models to the bullshit garbage they're spewing down our necks now. No revamps of anything. They got their work cut out for them. All right, everyone. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you all have a wonderful day, and I'll talk to y'all later. Bye. Adios. See you later. Bye.